Can't believe it. Let me see there. Here's this upcoming stream. No, it is not made for children. Let me get that old address player. There we go. Let's begin. Nice. All right, we're finally out here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to Alpha Mapping right there. Yeah, that's our boy, Frédéric Chopin. The piece that he's doing there is called Winter Winds. I keep forgetting like what here, let's get it straight. Just commit it to memory. Winter Wind. So this is, how do you say this? Etude, number 25. And yeah, this is one of those things where they've got like the graphic and like the little blocks are falling down and so forth. It's pretty crazy. Uh, Once upon a time, in the distant future, a prudish celibate monk warrior got pegged by a slutty celibate nun warrior. The end. Yeah, I mean, you're still celibate if you're getting pegged. And if it's a girl doing it, it's not even gay. Um, so that might have been the loophole to this whole nun chastity thing right there, because it's not like you don't fall into Leviticus right there. I think you've found an ingenious loophole, and I'm not even like, I know you're trying to be funny and so forth, but it would be interesting to write a story where that premise is taken seriously. So this is chapter 21, and I can't. Oh yeah, I get shit faced and watch that dude play. Jesus, I know, man. Like, oh wait, I could actually make that like a. I could make that a tongue-in-cheek Warhammer 40K thing, which is all about their like weird sexual relationship. There's just no magazine that would publish it though, because they're really all pretty fucking prudish when it comes right down to it. I don't see a lot of hardcore sex in the pages of Clark's World. But look at me, I'm fucking skinny as hell comparatively. When we started, I was thinking about how fat I was at the start of this edit, and yeah, I'm looking significantly more trim, and by October I should be down probably another 20 pounds. Good God. But yeah, like I like that idea right there. So I can't. We have to get through 26 more pages before I go into the deep depression of having finished a book. This happens to me every single time, man. It's like fucking clockwork, and like It's fortunate that I've done this vow now where I can't buy alcohol, because every single time I finish a book, I get all fucking mopey, and I'm just sad that I don't get to work on the book anymore. So this is chapter 21. So let's look into Lord Rayleigh for a second. I'm not sure if you, but John William Strutt, the third Baron Rayleigh, is one of the preeminent geniuses of the century. Like he can definitely be mentioned in the same breath as like Einstein and all these other frauds. But so he was a British scientist who made extensive contributions to both theoretical and experimental physics. He provided the first theoretical treatment of the elastic scattering of light particles much smaller than the light's wavelength, a phenomenon now known as Rayleigh scattering, which notably explains why the sky is blue. This motherfucker figured out why the sky is blue. He studied and described transverse surface waves in solid, now known as Rayleigh waves. He contributed extensively to fluid dynamics, such as the Rayleigh number, a dimensionless number associated with natural convection, Rayleigh flow, the Rayleigh-Taylor instability. You can see that's already been clicked by me right here. Oh, it's fucking beautiful. He formulated the circulation theory of aerodynamic lift. He proposed a well-known criterion for angular resolution. His derivation of the Rayleigh-Jeans law for classical black-body radiation later played an important role in the birth of quantum mechanics. See ultraviolet catastrophe. And his textbook, The Theory of Sound, from 1877, which is I've read parts of this as part of like different audio engineering things, where he breaks down individual sounds as collections of overlapping waves, and like recognizes that the ear is like capable of processing just all these different waves and compiling them into, like, when you look at like a sound wave, what you're really looking at is just tons and tons of different frequencies overlaid on top of each other. I mean, it's really more like you're almost looking at an echo when you're looking at the wave, just the way that everything is kind of slurred together. But within each of those sound waves are all the individual component waves that make it up, which the ear perceives individually. And it's one of the reasons why microphones are nowhere near, all the microphones that we've made thus far are kind of like a far shot from human hearing. Because we're doing something very different. Let me see. Missing legions, picking chicken dinners for for violating. Yeah, he was like a serious contender right there, and I believe that he was so he was a religious guy, as most people were back then. And this quote is attributed to him, and he actually got into some controversy over it, is my recollection. But this is basically, it was in the preface to a book that he had written, and I think this might have been maybe his book about sound, or anyhow, one of these treatises where he's taking a deep gander at what at the time were like the pioneering foundational, like what makes things things, like how is this all interrupt, and his response or his epigraph to the book, and I maybe this may be anecdotal because I can't quite remember, but the works of the Lord are great, sought out all of them that have pleasure therein, which is it's stellar. And this is a chapter about what it's like to descend inside of the fucking sun. I'm so happy that I wrote a book where I can get into this. Here's where I would love to have some people with like a firmer grasp of physics than me. And in fact, I wrote to several stellar physicists asking if any of them would take a gander at this chapter and tell me what I had fucked up. And none of them replied because they're busy. They don't have time for this horseshit. All right, so alpha mapping says the guys that found the Yamas can produce a post-gamma wave. Oh, we got into that. The Yama are created by the Hezo, right? They have like this organic 3D printing. I hate calling it 3D printing. I think it's they have an organic fabrication technology that they developed in order to fight against the collaborators. And if we want to talk about like a post-gamma wave, we can think about the TGZK burst that happened way back in the Battle of Arcturus, where they just fucking depopulated an entire hemisphere of this planet and then proceeded to depopulate the other half. But so yeah, like I like when people have suggestions, and we've already covered them in the text because I don't have to do fucking anything. All right, well, we need to get through some chapters, and it's probably going to take another 3 or 4 days to get through this book. I would have liked it if we completed in 20 days, just because it's a round number, but it'll probably be 22. BZB brand Nova Burst. Well, let's put that on Craigslist tonight. It is a show night. So today, the final parts for, other than a video card, may come for this laptop that I have over here. That'd be kind of cool. Then, what else do we have going on here? I could actually, well, how much do we give a shit? Do you want to see the stack of computer parts? Hold on. Let me see if I can do this without blowing up my whole scene. Where's NDI-HX? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if this NDI camera actually even works. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so you can see like some of the pieces of this computer to be right over here, ready to go. And I still don't have the case, but God, my hand is so shaky at this end. It's so cool that I can just do that, by the way. You did not used to be able to just throw things onto a phone in that way. So yeah, you can see some of the pieces there, all paid for by shit coins, which will soon be worthless again. So I wanted to make sure that I at least got a computer out of it before like that 49,000 a coin turns into like 20,000 a coin, which is like where I think it should be. The first sentence of the novel should be a reference to a theta wave. I don't agree. I think the sentence of the novel, which is "What is your name?" and it identifies traitor, I like that better. Why would it be a reference to a theta wave? Like, I don't see the connection. Like you're talking about brainwaves for the most part. It has nothing to do with Lord Rayleigh. So, yeah, and like the other part of it is, I would definitely wait and see what the chapter is about before we change the first sentence of the chapter. But let's get into it. So this is chapter 21. The works of the Lord are great. Sought out all of them that have pleasure therein. At first I thought that was Milton, honestly, but it's like I'll tell you one last thing. In one last thing, as I'm reading through some of this old stuff, is that back in the day, just everybody had read Paradise Lost. Every single person had read that book. It was like how it was like quoting The Office for writers back in that part of whatever. Milton was just seen as this giant, and all throughout. I didn't. I mean, this is all. I'm just finding this out. Maybe it's super elementary to everybody else, but all throughout Paradise Lost are just all these allusions and anecdotes and so forth. He's just cramming in as much Greek myth as he possibly could right there. You've done it now. All Bitcoins would be worth guaranteed 75K soon. I hope it is. I'll buy that fucking van outright. Straight cash. So, I have seen what no one else has seen. I alone dared enter the sun and gaze within. So let's go. So I have and I alone are actually in two different tenses. I have seen what no one else has seen. I alone dared enter the sun and gaze within. I alone dared to enter the sun and gaze within. My Yama shot through the transition period in an ultraviolet blink, with a copper tang at the back of my throat. The chromosphere bathed me in dark-room washes of crimson and rose-colored light. The photosphere was a butterfly, tickling my nose with fluttering rainbows and scintillating wisps. Prominences swelled and spicules danced. I stared through the canopy in silent awe. I wanted to remember this for the rest of my life. There wouldn't be much of it. All right. So I want to go through this again and see. So this is meant to be kind of prosy. And that's all the description that we get of the chromosphere and the photosphere and so forth. As we're working on this, it may be useful to get the layers of the sun. The chromosphere and the photosphere is teeny tiny, right? These would all just be a blink to the character. I think he's going in at like 20,000 kilometers a second. So let's get into these sun layers here. We're going to need to know them as it's going on. So he out here is the corona. And the corona, temperature-wise, is crazy hot, much hotter than the chromosphere, photosphere, and so forth. So the corona gets up to like 1,000,000 degrees. And then when we get into the chromosphere, the temperature suddenly drops down to like a mere 20,000, or in some cases, I think 5,000 degrees. And then as you move towards the inner core, the temperature starts climbing back up. This is a phenomenon that we don't really have a huge explanation for at this point. We have some theoretical models that try to explain it, and we think it has a lot to do with the sort of magnetic interaction between the radiative zone and the convection zone. We don't even have a clue what the fuck is going on in the inner core, really. But I mean, it's the sun. It's big. Let's take a look at some of these. My nose. Yeah, I'll go through the entire thing, and then I think Era's gonna get that my throughout. I don't know that that'll still be there, but let's give Era the point. I have seen what no one else has seen. I alone dared to enter the sun and gaze within. My bomber shot through the transition region in an ultraviolet blink. Yeah, I don't think the copper tang is adding much here. The chromosphere bathed me in dark-room washes of crimson and rose-colored light. The photosphere was a butterfly, tickling my nose with fluttering rainbows and scintillating wisps. Prominences swelled and spicules danced. That is indeed a cut there. Good job, Spathy. The core is just the universe's oldest crypto mining operation. It could be. God. People got crypto on the brain. That ain't good. Crypto is such a terrible fucking idea. Really. I like that like a quarter of the energy production on our Earth is just dedicated to like a useless method of exchange right there. That we really are the ultimate like gem goblins. But the photosphere was a butterfly, tickling my nose with fluttering rainbows and scintillating wisps. But not actually probably a scientific description there. Prominences swelled and spicules danced. I peered through the canopy in silent awe. I peered out through the canopy in silent awe. I wanted to remember this for the rest of my life. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that we need to. I'm not sure why we were having a copper taste there, except to explain that. So as he's going through the transition region, there is some weird magnetic activity there, but we haven't flown into the sun, so I don't think it added much. So Spathy had a due to iodine ions storing heat like a battery, as they thought. Okay, just the word more. There wouldn't be much more of it. I soared into the convection zone. The star mine's rings were spaced roughly 2 seconds apart, holding back a dense ocean of boiling plasma. There were so many rings. The great freighter fleet must have chewed the inner planets into husk. There were so many rings. The great freighter fleet must have chewed the inner planets into husks. Perhaps even Jupiter's core had been tapped, bent into the silver rings of the Dag Gadol. I think that's just the great fish from the Noah fable. Yeah, it's Hebrew from. Oh, it's from Jonah, not Noah. If Xerox was done, oh yeah, we should have had into there. It's weird how my mind just added into, but it's totally not there. Yeah, so shout out to Era for getting a point right there. I soared into the convection zone. The star mine's rings were, let me see, holding back a dense ocean of boiling plasma. There were so many rings. Behind the magna walls. So, actually, magna is correct here because the essentially what their rings are doing is generating this magnetic tunnel. It's like a filament cavity generated by the rings. That's what they're doing. They're holding back the plasma by generating like this intense magnetic field. So there. Twitch edits zeros. Yeah, the last thing I would never, ever, 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 ever allow other people to do edits while I was doing it. It would be like when I die and go to hell, it'll probably be something like that. Because critical to this process is me yay or naying every suggestion and so forth. We get a lot of suggestions that are just bad. And like I'm a critical factor in parsing those and deciding like, yes, we're going to do this. No, we're not going to do this. So like a real-time collaborative edit. No. If you want to get into something like that, you can try just starting and writing a story from scratch that way with like a bunch of people in a Google document and so forth and see why we don't do that. How is Magna short for magnetic? This is actually a reference to Magna Save, a feature introduced in the Black Knight pinball table, where a powerful magnet would grip the ball that was about to go through the utmost left or utmost right gutter, and save it. So that's how. Magna can be a preposition indicating, or a prefix indicating magnet. All right, so bent into the silver ribs of the Dag Gadol. I like that. I like that we're giving the Jews something to work with there. Beyond the Magna walls, the substance of the sun was boiling towards the photosphere. I was in the Rayleigh realm of the convection zone, where Bernard's cells billowed ever upward. We don't need ever upward. I was in the Rayleigh realm of the convection zone, where Bernard's cells billowed into 1,000-kilometer steeples. My mind kept latching onto forms, trying to insist there must be some meaning, some function to the infinite instability. Oh, hold on. Fucking hair. The hair's getting so long now. Why did I break up with that hairdresser? Dagadol should totally be in italics. Thank you. That is true. It's directly out of Hebrew. We are doing foreign names in italics in this one. Absolutely. Yeah, there's so much Chinese in the book that we have to do it. Um, but yeah, and we've done it consistently throughout. Yeah. No, you're totally, Era is in the right here. I don't mean to. Okay, so I'm going to do an M dash here. My mind kept latching onto forms, trying to insist there must be some meaning, some function to the infinite instability. I like that. Why wasn't the drug in italics last chapter? Is not foreign. That's why. And it's not a brand name. It would be like the word pot or the word heroin, right? Yeah. Um, the reason why we don't put the drug in italics, like one good justification for that is I don't want people looking it up and being like, "What the fuck is that? I can't even find the word. It's just made up," right? Something in italics, like it's probable that somebody's gonna like, if I see a word in italics and I don't know it, I'm gonna hold my finger on the Kindle or whatever the fuck and look up the word, right? Um, yeah, we might do something with like Kindle Inside or something like that. There is going to be at the end of this book a thesaurus, not a thesaurus, but a glossary, and we'll have like some charts, and I want to have like I'd love to like maybe make like some battle plans for the Battle of Arcturus and the slaughter at or was it Tauceti and stuff like that. I want to have like a bunch of cool front and back matter for this guy. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with chapter header art. We just might not bother with this one right here. Whew. Oh, you glossaryified the Kindle Space Stars version? Nice, nice. Yeah, I haven't even touched that for a long time. The problem is like as soon as I put that out, it'll either go completely unnoticed or it'll be a big fucking problem for me. So let's be real. Anyone who reads this will already speak Hebrew. Ah, if only. L'chaim. Captivated by the I was captivated by the dancing plasma and didn't notice I was in danger of colliding with the freighter beneath my Yama. It was just meters beneath my Yama's belly. At first I thought I must have drifted into the line, but I was flying level. I can't get used to the M dash without spaces around it. Let's see. Yeah, it is. It's fucking difficult, right? It looked wrong to me. It looked so wrong to me initially. Hold on. Somebody is fucking pinging me. I bet it's not important. Oh no, it's just IRC clown. I decided that I needed to re-see all of. Okay. No, it's just somebody is trying to set up their own TV station over ham radio. Guess who's dumb enough to do that? It would have been me, but mm-hmm. Thanks a lot, New York Times. Journalism versus novelism. Only newspapers and magazines use the space. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Mango walls. A freighter had broken away from the others. Uh, okay, yeah, I'm already on top of that edit. Yeah, comma separates two independent clauses. Yep. On course to crush my ship against the Magna walls. Against the magnetic wall. All right, there we go. Oh, look at this, how I just fucking... Keto pancakes. What the fuck? How does that even work? Are you making them out of like cauliflower flour? Commas are just sloppy full stops. Yeah. If you have too many full stops, it can sound very clipped and artistic. But But I definitely overuse commas. Like very, very sloppy and slurry. Was something wrong with the freighter? Oh, I don't like it was so large. Yeah, I want to. I want to like. What's it feel like to have something that's like 5 kilometers wide? Oh, it wouldn't be like. It'd be like almost a kilometer wide, maybe. Oh, hysteris is kind of cool. Magnetism at the crystal scale. That's interesting. Yeah, it's pages, not papers, but close. Let me think about how long. So we say that these are 30 kilometers long. Fuck, I need a ruler or something like that. Um, so if they're 30 kilometers long and we want them to be kind of like a pencil, so let's just say that they're at a 110 ratio, and that it's 3 kilometers wide. You know, that could work. Yeah, yeah. Shh. Okay. it's like once a week cheat that won't kill your ketosis. You know what I honestly think at this point, as I'm getting deeper into it, I don't think you can cheat at all if you want to keep this shit going. I think like cheat days and cheat meals and shit like that, you just want to completely eliminate them if you possibly can, which is what I've been doing this time around, and like my progress has been significantly better. Um, yeah, like it's just because every one of those is like a chance that you will fall into the pit of like, well, I fucked up that. Might as well eat shitty for the rest of the day, and before you know it, like 3 months are gone. So, yeah, be hysteresis. Oh, that's good. It does sound womanly. Um, it was like a 3 kilo. Oh yeah, yeah. The scale was grossly dissimilar. It felt like an ocean of gleaming metal was rising up to swallow my ship. I was less than a gnat to it. Let's see. So, is there any reason that we're throwing freighter numbers at us? As a gunner, putting it in terms. So we gone into this a little bit earlier. Like you said earlier that they were 30 kilometers long, right? Um, let's talk about the idea of using city blocks, right? Trader has been like born on a spaceship and he will die on a spaceship. Most of his frames of reference are going to be other ships, and he's never going to have set foot on a city block. And it doesn't mean the same thing to be like as long as a plumbing access corridor or some shit like that. Um, Here, I do think that like 3 kilometers wide conveys the sense, and there are no 3 kilometer city blocks, by the way. If I try to think about, what's 3 kilometers long, I'm thinking about like highway markers and stuff like that. There are few objects that we associate with being 3 kilometers wide. And keep in mind, this is 30 kilometers long. I can think of anything that's 30 kilometers long. It's too large of a size to conveniently. It's like fucking bigger than Manhattan. Um, but and so logic is yeah. Well, we it felt like an ocean of gleaming metal was rising up to swallow my ship. The scale, the scale. I feel like almost I should say the scale of our ships was grossly dissimilar. I almost yeah. Uh, our ships were a ludicrous matchup. I like that. I like grossly dissimilar, but it's not quite right. The freighter was 30 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers wide and 30 long. Mm-hmm. It's just that most people are math and numbers averse. I will say that as we're in a chapter that begins with a shout out to Lord Rayleigh and is about the physics of flying into the sun, um, maybe we'll have some leeway with our readers. My shipper is smaller than their viewport. See, these are great. I just want to point out that even though we're rejecting some of this, these are great ideas and great edits. When we get into the part where we're talking about, like, this could never probably happen, right? So we want to sell this to readers, and it's important to have like a bunch of viewpoints here because like a lot of this is just not going to track. So let's go through what we've got right here. I was captivated by the dancing plasma and didn't notice I was in danger of colliding with a freighter. The giant ship was just meters beneath my Yama's belly. At first, I thought I must have drifted down into the line of freighters, but I was flying level. Okay, I know that that sentence is fucked up. This wayward freighter had broken away from the others. It was climbing on a course that it was climbing. Uh, it was climbing on a course that would crush me against the magnetic wall. It was climbing on a course that would crash into the magnetic wall and crush my ship. I like that better. If the freighter was a sandworm, not even 10 of my Yama bombers would be the size of its wiener. I don't know if the I've read the entire Dune series, and I don't know if it has anything about their mating in them. The Kwisatz Haderach is the only Chad with a dong large enough to impress a sandworm. No, man, like he didn't even do that. He got cucked by a sandworm. Like he wore his skin and thought sandworm thoughts and lived for millennia and Golden Path and all that. Yeah, he wasn't a Chad at all. Fucking Leto too. No, I love Leto too. He's my absolute one of my favorite characters of all time. Um, I didn't notice I was in danger until I almost collided with a freighter. The giant ship was just meters beneath my Yama's belly. Yeah, I like that. Our ships were a ludicrous matchup. Our ships were a ludicrous matchup. The freighter was 3 kilometers wide and 30 long. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The freighter was a soul to my Yama's Earth. Is it really? So the Yama is like 30 meters long, right? Um, so it's kind of interesting. So 30 meters is like 1,000 times smaller than 30,000 kilometers. God damn it. uh, yeah. So it's 30. Yeah. So it's 1,000 times smaller. I think. So no, we're way less than 109 times wider than the Earth. Okay. Um. So yeah, we're like an order of magnitude off here if we use that description. But I wouldn't use that description anyway because he doesn't give a shit about the Earth, right? Like he's never lived on it. He's never set foot on it. They talk about it as old Earth. Uh, the freighter Yama ratio was my chode girth to length ratio. All right, this is getting into the weeds. We're getting nowhere. I gotta concentrate on this motherfucker. I don't want to call it a leviathan. Um, uh, we already used gargantuan. No, let's use colossus. No, colossus is two. Mm-hmm. Cheat days are purely psychological. It's whether or not they help is up to the individual. Ultimately, Titanic. Hmm. Yeah, I like Titanic there. Let's just call it a Titan, as the Titan climbed closer to me. As the Titan climbed closer, it felt like an ocean of gleaming metal was rising up to swallow my ship. I took the spurs and burned hard, skating away from the ponderous freighter. Was something wrong with it? Yeah. I'm on the case. Look for missing commas. We probably did use ponderous previously. All right, let's look at and ponderous is it's a good word, but cumbrous, burdensome. We could use lumbering. Ooh, I like maladroit. Maladroit is like it's so huh. I kind of want to use I don't think we can justify using it. Let's use hulking. No, I like maladroit. I thought about lumbering. Um, oh, you like the third? Yeah. Uh, yeah, lumbering is better. Darting away from the. Yeah. We need to like phrase. Yeah. Yeah. A bias to the present tense, first person active voice shit. Yeah, go to every other book that I've written. They're all active tense, first person. Survival mode entirely in that. The vast majority of Lemon Maybe is in present tense, which I love. Um, okay. Mm, yeah. Yeah. What was clenching? I don't think panic is the right word. See, he's been afraid of so many things. Yeah, at some point it ceases to be a fear trigger. I want him to be afraid here. Uh, I took the spurs and darted out of its path. I felt a moment of claustrophobic panic. Yeah. Just turned it into a Mad Libs for chat. Yeah, yeah. What might be true though is adrenaline kicking in. Yeah, you know what? I'd like to have. So one of the things that we want to do is like we had that section right where he's just drifting through space, and he's like, "Oh, this is so beautiful," and everything like that. That's meant to be an action rest, so the reader isn't like, "Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go." And now we have an action sequence where we're breaking out of that. Okay, I like what we've done there. Yeah, I would definitely call the freighter a fucking brute. Yeah. Okay, so our ships were a ludicrous matchup. The freighter was 3 kilometers wide and 30 long. Yeah, the freighter was 3 kilometers wide. As the Titan climbed closer, it was like an ocean of gleaming metal, rising to swallow my ship. The serenity I'd felt shattered. Yeah, like Um, lumbering fruit was shattered. I was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Whew. Now I was on the verge of claustrophobic panic. I took the spurs and burned too hard, feeling a jolt of pain from the abrupt acceleration. Immediate relief sounds like fucking, like a um so we do need a comma there. Who gets that point? There we go. Comma coin. All right. And then I was a fool for letting something so massive sneak up on me. That's better. Yeah, I didn't feel better. We don't. Uh-huh. I agree 100%. The serenity I'd felt moments before. All right, let's. Our ships were a ludicrous matchup. The freighter was 3 kilometers wide. As the Titan climbed coast, as the Titan climbed, it was like an ocean of gleaming metal rising to swallow my ship. The serenity I'd felt moments before was shattered. I was on the verge of claustrophobic panic. Oh yeah, that's we had now there to because those sentences don't they don't sound right when they're butted up against each other. Claustrophobic panic was building in its place. I like that. I turned abruptly and burned too hard. I could barely feel the pain through my terror. Uh, so instead of turned, yeah. So I like actually era. Yeah, you can tell when I get into like one thing I've noticed is like when I get into deep water of trying to describe something like very precisely, that is like an imaginary thing. The first thing that goes out the window is my tenses are all fucking wrong, and this is especially the case in sometimes in a piece where I've had to go back and edit because it's so janky. So yeah, I warned at some point that we would get into chapters where they were going to require like a lot more work and things are going to be clunkier. Congratulations, we're here right now. this is this is the deep water, but it's also I mean, this is where we can do some of the real satisfying work of making this a better book because I've fucked it up so badly. Like if it's written well, we're just all sitting here like, oh, it's a comma or whatever. But now we can really like think hard and put in the work to make this better. But I was too keyed up to feel pain. What would we say? Would he pivoted? Um, I changed course abruptly. I changed course abruptly and hit the throttle too hard. The llama shuddered in complaint, but I was too keyed up to feel pain. I like that. Shattered claustrophobic. The serenity I'd felt before was shattered. The serenity I'd felt before was shattered, and claustrophobic panic was building in its place. Okay, so there, the subject of that sentence is the serenity, and that's why we need to have in the claustrophobic. It's like it's a janky sentence, and I think a real editor will take a piece out of it there. But we've now spent like half an hour on this paragraph. We need to move on. I don't want a semicolon there. Oh, hold on. Let's read it both ways. The serenity I'd felt. My serenity was shattered. My serenity was shattered. Yeah, we can do this with just my serenity was shattered. Do we need a semicolon? I like this. Yeah, I like that better. My serenity was shattered by claustrophobic panic. All right. Yeah, this is solid right there. So I'm gonna give Era a point. This is just better. You know, we just taking some of this bullshit out. Um, all throughout the rest of the chapters, you're gonna see me just trying to do too much in because the image of what's happening is like very vivid in my mind, and I'm really trying hard to get it across. But in the actual writing, in the actual story, effortless effort is what we're looking for. We don't want, even though this is me like trying to bench above my max rep or whatever, we don't want the reader to see my arms shaking. You know what I'm saying? So this is part of the editing process, just trying to hone some of that shit out. Claustrophobic panic cast a dark, lightless shadow on my serenity. Thank you, Spigtiwa. That's great. The Titanic freighter was three. We don't even need the word Titanic. It was like an ocean of gleaming metal, rising to swallow my ship. Oh, yeah, like, I don't like the sentence. My serenity was shattered by who the fuck would ever say that in their lives? Not me. I do like that because he was so serene up here. He really is. Okay. I was captivated by the dancing plasma and didn't notice I was in danger until I almost collided with a freighter. The giant ship was just meters beneath my Yama's belly. At first, I thought I must have drifted down the line of freighters, but I was flying level. Okay, better. What do we have? We have Dev Krishna right here. Didn't kill myself in lifting with a 15-pound bar. Didn't think about the 45 at the author. Oh yeah, welcome to this stream, Dev Krishna. who I think is your first time visiting us or whatever. Yeah, we're very deep in a difficult edit of XEROS, which is like my ninth book right here. This is a story about a suicide mission into the heart of the sun. Oh, the character is literally flying into the sun at this point. Let's check out this first. I thought, let's look at this sentence too. I was captivated by the dancing plasma and didn't notice I was in danger until I almost collided with a freighter. The giant ship was just meters beneath my Yama's belly. No, giant ship is better than Titan there. Yeah. The freighter had broken from the line. It was climbing on a course that would crash into the magnetic walls and crush my ship. It was climbing on a course that would crush me against the magnetic wall. Shout outs to magnetic walls right there. Oh, did I remove a needed was? All right, good one, Spathy Wow. The freighter had broken from the line. The freighter had broken away from the others. It was climbing on a course that would crush me against the magnetic wall. Our ships were a ludicrous matchup. It was a ludicrous matchup. The freighter was 3 kilometers wide. It was like an ocean of gleaming metal. The freighter was 3 kilometers wide, like an ocean of gleaming metal rising to swallow my ship. Serenity fled. Yeah. I was hit with claustrophobia. Yeah. So again, like I just didn't like what we had there. Han Solo would have just landed on the freighter and gotten crushed into the fucking surface of the sun. Just putting it out there, like. I don't like these two comers. An ocean of gleaming metal rising to swallow my ship. Yeah, we just need that full stop there. Claustrophobia made me panic. Yeah, let's do that. I changed course abruptly and hit the throttle too hard. The Yama shuddered in complaint, but I was too keyed up to feel pain. The freighter was almost 3 kilometers wide. It was an ocean of gleaming metal, rising to swallow my ship. I like that better. Okay. Cool. The almost there, like having the almost as a qualifier is helpful. I don't know why, but that makes the sentence track a little bit better to me. Yeah, that's a little better. In a fit of claustrophobic panic, I changed course abruptly and rammed the throttle. The Yama shuddered in complaint, but I was too keyed up to feel pain. I kept burning until I was far away. Keyed up do indeed need a hyphen. Oh, did I? Yeah, we're gonna keep keyed up. Oh, damn it, that's Era's point. All right, well, you both get a point because I just don't like removing points. My mistake is your gain. What a fool I was. So we'll italicize this here. I was a fool. How could I have let something so massive sneak up on me? I burned hard until I was far away. Yeah. Okay. I burned hard. I had an illogical fear I would look back and find the freighter right on top of me. Yeah. Let me see if I want to keep present tense. Well, all this should be like in past tense. Yeah. But I hear what you're saying. Fool. Oh no, I didn't like that. I like this better. I was such a fool. I didn't let off the throttle for a long time. I had an illogical fear I would look back and find the freighter right on top of me. Had it malfunctioned? Yeah, cool. Yeah. This is all good. The other part of it too is that as we're rewriting this chapter, we're introducing like a little bit more tension to it here. Um, yeah, it's all in past tense. I didn't let off the throttle. I had an illogical fear I would look back and find the freighter right on top of me. What if it had Why had it flown off course? Did it malfunction? Was it going to strike the wall? Yeah. I was afraid it might crash into a ring and flood the star mine with plasma. Yeah, good cut. That's what she said? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. It's getting fucking spicy there. Oh, God, don't fucking message me before I'm even supposed to be at school. Ugh. I don't like that one bit. Finally, I dared to look back. Finally, I found the courage to look. So tidal wave of plasma is fucking stupid, and I realize that now. I could visualize the wayward freighter crashing into a ring and collapsing the tunnel. I found the courage to look back. It was following me. The freighter's nose had pivoted towards me. Okay. Cool. It was following me. The freighter's nose was pointed directly at my ship. All around me, the once rigid lines of freighters were wavering. All around me, the comma, once rigid. Oh, did I get them both? I did get it. Beat to the punch. It was following me. The freighter's nose was pointed directly at my ship, and it wasn't alone. The once rigid lines of freighters were wavering. Dozens of them were diverging from their orderly ranks and closing in on me. Dozens of ships were diverging from their orderly ranks and closing in on me. The master of this place had decided I'd gone far enough. Freighters were converging all around me. So here we might use lumbering. The master of this place had decided I'd gone far enough. Freighters were flying into my path, converging all around me. And converging all around me. A single brush with one of those hulks was instant death. I had a vision of my bomber crushed between two freighters, the phased diamond hull popping like a glass ornament. Yeah. Hundreds of hulking haulers. Damn, it's gonna be great. I had a vision of my bomber crushed between two freighters, the phased diamond hull popping like a glass ornament. I had to escape. I accelerated. Dipping between two freighters as they tried to bar my way. The star mine was a jungle of drifting giants now. I shot through, puckering hard and bracing for the peal of shattering diamond. Mm-hmm. The comma after path was fine, comma hater. All right, where is it? No, I like and better there. Yeah. Ahead, there was a shrinking triangle between three intersecting freighters. We don't need puckering hard. Oh. Comma between clauses adjoined by and is no, never. No way. I don't believe it. I had to escape. I accelerated, dipping between two freighters as they tried to bar my way. Ahead, there was a shrinking triangle between three intersecting giants. I shot through, bracing for the peal of shattering diamond. I barely made it through. There we go. Let's see, two freighters with a handful of words. Let's take a look. I had to escape. I accelerated, dipping between two freighters as they tried to bar my way. Beyond them, there was a shrinking triangle between three intersecting giants. I shot through, bracing for the peal of shattering diamond. I braced for the peal of shattering diamond. Um, what's that thing when you like fly a ship sideways? Wait, two freighter. What the fuck are we talking? Oh, that's definitely too close. Yeah. I accelerated, dipping between two ships that were accepting. Dipping between two ships that were trying to bar my way. Beyond them, there was a shrinking triangle between three intersecting giants. What kind of pivot is that? Um, Knife edge. Yeah. Oh, so Spathiwa, thank you for your persistence there. Um, what is that? That is a yaw. Yeah. Yeah, the roll axis is what we are for. I rolled to fly through sideways, bracing myself for the peal of shattering diamond. I made it through. I made it through and had to but a tangle of ships was waiting. Okay, I had to escape. I accelerated, dipping between two ships that were trying to bar my way. Beyond them, there was a shrinking triangle between three intersecting giants. I rolled to fly through sideways, bracing myself for the peal of shattering diamond. I made it through, but a tangle of I made it through unscathed. It's the troll axis. I made it through unscathed, but a tangle of ships was waiting on the other side. The star mine had become a train-wrecked pandemonium of freighters. Yet the chaos was coordinated and purposeful. The freighters never touched, though they seemed only centimeters apart. The enormous freighters passed within meters of each other, but they never touched. So I would have loved to have the "They Never Touched" ode to the whitest kids, but it's this is better. I kept weaving through them, but it was getting harder and harder to find a path. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. I got a book to edit right here. Um, should be seem to pass. Um, you know, and I know that he can't really tell at this scale. Let's just leave it. It's like so much more powerful to just say they pass within meters of each other. He's high on drugs. Maybe he can just tell. This obstacle course. Oh, fuck. Recommend. Oh, that's almost. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a good change. Yeah. Oh, anywhere where we can cut out redundancy. I find myself like often putting in again and again, or harder and harder, or higher and higher, and shit like that. And it's just because I like techno music. That's all. Oh, this shit is wiling out. All right, hold on just a second. Ugh. Yeah, here we go. There was a dark blot out ahead in the distance. Fuck. Ugh. Good lord. There was a dark blot ahead where freighters were arranging themselves into an impassable wall. Hold on. God, what the fuck? Having like an allergy attack here. I'm allergic to my own bullshit. I understood now. This obstacle course was meant to slow me down and force me to stop. How many rings had I passed? Was fail. Oh my god, hold on. Oh, I'm like struggling to make it through. I was nowhere near the taco clan. If I deployed, the mission would be. God, fuck. Ugh. What are these coins are like popping? Fuck, I'm dying here. Jesus. I wonder what the hell's bothering me. Like histamine for fucking days. I was nowhere near the taco clan. If I deployed the bomb, the mission would be a failure. I thought about it, like I would fail my mission. The mission would fail. The wall of ships was coming up fast. I needed to decelerate. But I didn't. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. What the hell? Ugh. I'm like out there. Ugh, what the fuck? If I deployed, the mission would fail. Yeah, let's just take that out. But I didn't. I maintained speed, hurtling towards the wall of freighters. Let's take out that sideways roll earlier. Oh. Mm. Ugh, I'm fucking dying over here. It's ridiculous. It's out of fucking nowhere, too. I better not have Caboner. Well, at least I'll Yeah, well, we need to finish the fucking story before I can die of corona. Also, I don't think a stuffy nose is a big symptom of the COVID. Ugh, I can't even fucking think. Yeah, I thought about that with the eye. It looked wrong to me. Hold on, let's take a look. Is there a difference? Incapable of suffering, or most often, oh, that's kind of neat. Impassible is a word meaning incapable of suffering or unfeeling. That's neat. That's why it didn't pop up. God, how the fuck do I have a cold? I haven't been near anybody for ever. Fuck me. And I like get to think for like 2 seconds, and then my sinuses are flooded with compression fluid. It's fucked up. So yeah, let's just I shot through bracing. I needed to decelerate. I didn't. I maintained speed, hurtling towards the wall of freighters. At the point of no return, I angled my nose at the junction between. Let's take out freighters here. That were barely a meter apart. Though the Yama couldn't possibly fit, I rolled sideways to try and slip through. If I was wrong, it would be a quick death. But I wasn't wrong. At the last possible second, the two freighters lurched apart, permitting me to pass. I flew through the wall, giddy with victory. Giddy with fright. There we go. I like giddy with fright. It's a mistake to include both emotions right there. I maintained speed, hurtling towards the wall. At the point of no return, I angled my nose at the narrow junction between two freighters. They were barely a meter apart. Though the Yama couldn't possibly fit, I rolled sideways to try and slip through. If I was wrong, it would be a quick death. There we go, logic. I wasn't wrong. At the last possible second, the two freighters lurched apart, permitting me to pass. I flew through the wall, giddy with fright. I knew it. The automatic freighters could neither kill me, nor could they allow me to kill myself. Immediately, the tactic was abandoned. The jumbled ships began resuming their orderly lines. I had been flying along these ships for hours, but the way they moved in perfect unison still unnerved me. Uh, thesaurus. I beam with short. I like short-sighted joy. Beamed is wrong. I was exploding with short-sighted joy. Ahead, the star mine flared out into a spherical chamber. You're always trying to sneak ejaculating into the book. It's not. It's never going to happen. No. Though I remain wary. They didn't try to crush me. Nah, I don't like that. Soon it was like nothing had happened, but I remained wary. No, I think it's perfectly normal for him to remain wary. We can just take that out if it fucks with you there. How about that? I still felt uneasy. Deeper inside the star mine, they were just so big. Uh, hold on. As if nothing had happened. Even though I now knew they. Oh, I don't want that. I knew they couldn't harm me, but I still felt uneasy. I knew they couldn't harm me, but I still felt uneasy. They were just too damn big. The tunnel flared into a spherical chamber. The chamber was 1,000 kilometers wide, with tunnels branching off in every direction. At the center was a featureless black orb, one of the sun's stabilizing spheres. Everything that flew through the cavity revolved around it. Lines of freighters flew towards the orb. How long did we... Uh, I think we said the sun stabilizing spheres were like 100 meters wide, right? At the center was a featureless 100-meter wide black orb, one of the sun's stabilizing spheres. Yeah, I don't think you were there. Everything that flew through this cavity revolved around it. That flew through this cavity. Everything that flew through the cavity. Yeah. Let's take that out. Let's take out the size of it. Yeah, I don't think we gain anything by saying that's 100 wide. Mm-hmm. Let me see. So have Dev Krishna there. Are we? Am I even streaming on YouTube? Yeah, we're simultaneously on like YouTube and Twitch and Picardo and some Russian site, and We're everywhere. I'm on D Live. I got everything. I think we edited out the lie ahead. You were in a maze of twisty passages, all alike. We're getting there. Now, what's a YouTube link? If you just search for Zach ZYZ, hold on, let me fucking let's come through. Yeah, there we go. So I think it's there. At the center was a featureless black orb, one of the sun's another of the I don't like that. Yeah, one of the sun stabilizing spheres, and that name actually comes from a Drexia song about like Professor Periwinkle's storm stabilizing spheres or something like that. Yes, hello, welcome to the chat. If you know me IRL, please don't say anything about it, because there's always perpetrators out there. Lines of freighters flew close and then whipped into a new direction, rocketing into one of the tunnels that branched off from the chamber. The streams of ships were interlocking. Freighters were flying as... Freighters fired away as fast and precise as bullets shooting between propeller blades. If only old Oswald Boucle could see this. What are we doing today? So today we're editing my 9th novel, and we're pretty close to the end of this sucker. There, we only have like 20. We're editing for less. Yeah, nobody's getting paid. I'm not getting paid either. If it's any consolation, right here, I'm probably making negative some amount of money per hour working on this because I spend money on like editing and like production costs, and the books don't sell. So and if you think about my time, Jesus, like 20 years of this right here. Yeah, I'm still waiting for that big payday. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I'm paying to edit. Yeah, we're actually all spending our time on this thing, but at least we're having fun. I gave the sphere the widest possible berth, flying along the outer magna wall of the junction. Anything that could fling the stellar freighters around like toys would surely destroy me. It was a wise choice. My electricity would be better spent. So Dev Krishna says, I'm thinking to start a writing stream. Should I start on Twitch or YouTube? I'm actually not a fan of writing streams. Like, one, I would never watch one. Two, I think for most people, and I'm only speaking for myself there, but for most people, I think that having other people commenting while they're trying to concentrate and write is a negative experience. Like, I've tried a few writing streams myself, and it's not helpful to have people like commenting and so forth. Writing is really something that you should do in deep focus, with like every fiber of your mind focused on doing it. And it should be as free from criticism as you can get. You don't even want to be self-critical when you're writing. You want to get the story onto the page, then worry about making it better. So I think this is one like key thing that people mess up, but give it a try. Like, see if you like it. Everybody's different. Some people are better at collaborating. You can create a stream where you, like, honestly, at this point, you might as well just have like a Twitch and a YouTube channel and just restream to both of them. It's pretty easy to set up there with restream.io, which is basically what I just set up there. And oh yeah, you can stream to LinkedIn now for some fucking, why would I ever do that? You can do Facebook, which I'm also on. And yeah, it's just helpful because a lot of your friends will be on different things. Like the only people that want to watch you editing are I don't know, nerds just like you, I guess. But anyhow, I can get more into it, but I want to finish this chapter, and I don't have much time. So I gave the sphere the widest possible berth, flying along the outer magna wall of the junction. Why don't we sing magna wall? Outer wall of the junction. Anything that could fling the stellar freighters around like toys would surely destroy me. Why are we using straighter? It was a wise choice. Even at the outermost edge of the chamber, the gravitational pull from the dark sphere was immense. I had to push the spurs until my exchangers wailed. Write some short stories. Can we stream on LinkedIn? Yeah, give it a shot. Like it might work for you. Um, like worst case scenario, you learn a little bit about streaming and so forth, and then you can find something like I don't know, maybe like Get Gaming or something like that, or just blogging or whatever. You know, like if you can find an audience for it, good luck. But it was a wise choice. Even at the outermost edge of the chamber, the gravitational pull from the dark sphere was immense. I had to push the throttle until my exchangers wailed. As I approached the apex, yeah, I don't think we gain anything by that. There, that's better. I just think we've hit like the fear thing uh, better and better. What the hell was that sphere? Some kind of hyperon vortex? A micro singularity? As I flew deeper into the convection zone, I began to see immense shadows of megastructures beyond the walls. Megastructures. So we say so micro singularity. I know it doesn't make sense, right? Um, but it is a concept in science fiction of like small black holes that have been harnessed. So let's take a look. Of a Vulcan myth. Okay, so this is some Star Trek. Quantum mechanical black holes or mini black holes. So they call them micro black holes. High density environments, phase transitions. Minimum mass of a black hole. The Planck mass. Conjectures of the final state. Formation of the early universe. Okay, yeah, so we can just use micro singularity. I wonder if you could call it like a slave singularity. Or like a captured singularity. Let's just go with microsingularity. So here, we're saying shadows. You know, you're probably right. Where we should use outlines or something like that. No, because what you're thinking here is like imagine that the Magna wall is like a curtain, and beyond the curtain we're seeing like the outline of a man like going there. We would describe that as a shadow. Even though like it's not, maybe it's light from the room being projected. Yeah, we're like kind of parsing words there, but I think shadow makes much more sense. Immense outlines. The problem is that when you say outline in English, you mean just like the outer area. And immense silhouettes beyond the Magna wall. Let's do forums there. Okay. Yeah. So honestly, this is a good. Yeah, this is a good one from Spathywah there. There were megastructures obscured by the roiling plasma. Projecting from one of the rings was a black spire that disappeared. There were megastructures obscured by currents of plasma. They were megastructures, obscured by currents of plasma. Projecting from... vanishing into a supercell. The spire acted as an axle. Oh, what do we got here? Shoutouts to Mana V061104, which is like 061104. I have no idea what those numbers herald, but thank you for subscribing. The spire acted as an axle. Along its length, spokes were turning in the rising current. Bitcoin. Oh shit! Did it just hit 53? God damn. Rich as shit. What the fuck? Shout out to Choose Knowledge right there. Oh, what are my coins at? Hi, just curious if I stream. So this is got your channel through somebody. Well, shout outs to that person. Thank you. Rocco Siegfried asks, hey, just curious if you stream the entire process of writing a book. It would be interesting to watch the process from blank book to finished book. I would never do that. Just because it's awkward to be on stream and like talking to people while this is going on. And I have like kind of is it really 9:50? I'm running so late today, but we want to finish this chapter. I have like I could maybe do that with like a short story, right? Where I could outline the whole process. The problem is there would be like no interaction with the stream. I wouldn't look at the chat at all. I would probably like block everything out just so that I could concentrate during the actual writing or whatever there. But I do have the entire process of editing a book, which I think for more writers is like more helpful than all that other stuff. So yeah, maybe that could be the process where I'll just I could do, because I want to write a here's what's more helpful to young writers is like I could do something where I did the entire process from conceiving of a short story to writing it to editing it, and then I could document the pitching process, which magazines I would go to, and then you could see like my absolute fucking despair every time that I get a rejection, which is every time, because I've not been published in a magazine or a quarterly or anything like that yet. But I think that would be good, and I have a few ideas for short stories that I want to do after that. That really is my goal. I would love to get published in Asimov's Clark's World and Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. And it'd be nice to be in like Uncanny and shit like that too. Not trying to say that Uncanny is shit, just in terms of like the magazines where I would feel like I fucking made it. Asimov's Clark's World and Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. So yeah, why don't we do that? That's like honestly, shout outs to Rocco Siegfried. I don't know who the actor is, but I think that's a good idea. Let's do that next, right? Because we get to take a break after we do each of these big books, and we'll make it the progress. We'll make it the whole project to get published in Clark's World, right? Spathy was thinking about working on Arcanist next. You think Arcanist over Rapazor? Hold on, let's get through this chapter right here. Very cool. Not a writer myself, but I found it insightful watching for the last week or so. Yeah, like honestly, you know, even if this is just background while you're like tuning up your lawnmower or whatever in the background, we really are trying very hard here for some reason. But I have a lot of passion for this, and I hope it comes through. But let me get through this chapter, and then we can chat more. As I flew deeper into the convection zone, fuck. Go. Oh, ooh. Wait, message on Tinder. This I gotta check. It's a good name too. I like the name Maya. No, she's cute. Let me see. I think I've chatted with her before though, and I don't think she remembers me. I think like we had one of those like trail off conversations. So, um, considering what I just said, we could focus on Arcanist is too long to sell to a periodical. Um, Magazine of fantasy and science fiction might pick it up. Honestly, I should just pitch it to them because the first book of Arcanist is like almost long enough. Let me just try and pitch it to them. I saw they did one piece that was like 25,000 words. We could probably trim Arcanist to 25,000 words. But I fucking hate trimming. All right, look. Let's get through this chapter. No more distractions. I know that one was my part. But as I flew deeper into the convection zone, I began to see immense forms beyond the magna wall. I like that better. There were megastructures, obscured by plasma currents. Obscured by currents of rising plasma. I saw a black spire projecting from... I saw a black spire that rose into a supercell. I saw a black spire that thrust into a supercell. It was an axle, along its length, spokes. Spokes turned in the rising current. Was it some kind of plasmic windmill? Oh, so here's what we need. We need to break this chapter. Yeah, there needs to be... Oh, I don't do that anymore. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this... So, yeah, we really need to be in a different part right here for this section of it. Just because we're... Let's see. We're branching into like a different section here, and it just doesn't track with what comes before. We need to give the reader like notice that, hey, we're moving from exciting shit is happening to exposition. Tolkien reference up in here. Which was the Tolkien reference? I might have missed it. I continued to descend. Oh, let's fuck towards my goal. Black Spire ring and so forth. Yeah, oh, that wasn't meant as... We have one Tolkien reference in this entire thing where we talk about flame imperishable. I could only guess. Just before the next... Oh, propeller while we were scrolling. Oh, where did we fuck that up? Propeller found a typo error while we were... Propeller. Is that wrong? Should it be ER? Yeah, that's it. Yep. Good edit right there. Whatever it was, I hoped I wouldn't encounter others. Whip-like should be hyphenated. Oh, there should be no hyphen there. Yep. Restream is eating your chats. Ugh. So here's Era. Are they really, Logic? I don't understand why you keep getting... Aren't you a moderator in that fucking channel? It should just greenlight everything you do. I see your chats. They're just lagged on the screen. Okay. Well, I hope you're okay. Hold on. I can look directly at YouTube and see what's happening. Let's see. Oh, trying so hard. The spire was an axle. Along its length, spokes turned in the rising current. Kilometer-long spokes turned in the rising current. Each trailed plumes. These trailed plumes of whip-like antennae. Were they sensors? Was it some kind of plasmic windmill? I could only guess. Jesus, can't these fucking people do anything themselves? It's ridiculous right here. I just want to make it through the chapter. Let's see. They trailed plumes of whip-like antennae. No, honestly, that was a good rewrite. Along its length, kilometer-long spokes were turning in the rising current. These spokes trailed long plumes of whip-like antennae that writhed like serpents in the roiling plasma. Yeah, hold on. Along its length, were turning in the rising current. Trailed a plume of whip-like antennae. That writhed and danced in the roiling that's better. Just redo the whole sentence. I really don't want to fucking. God, I just want to be done with this so much. How many hours have we been fucking doing this for? Well, that's the job. Got to knuckle down and do it. It's mainly I'm just irritated because fucking people are messaging me about. I mean, it is my job. I should be doing it, but I just really want to finish this chapter. It's Friday. Don't bother me. As I flew deeper into the convection zone, I began to see immense forms beyond the magna wall. These were megastructures, obscured by currents of rising plasma. What am I thinking of that hold on. What I'm thinking of is like, God, you see more of these in video games than in anything else. Um, I don't think you would know anything about. Yeah. So this is what we're. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. A spike aerator. This is kind of what we're getting at here. Although in my mind the spokes were like were yeah. So we can't use that. Although this thing looks badass, by the way. Mm-hmm. My eyes were drawn. I bet his eyes were. My eyes were drawn by a massive black spire that rose from a ring to thrust into a supercell. The spire was an axle. Along its length, hubs of spokes twisted in the current. That rose. Which rose from a ring to swell. The spire was an axle. Along its length, it looked like they were alive. The strands danced and writhed in the roiling plasma with such intensity, I wondered if they were alive. Cool. Were they sensors? Was it some kind of plasmic windmill? I can only guess. Let's call this a dynamo and not a windmill. I can only guess. I continued to fly alongside the mute freighters in a state of continual awe. Intensity comma, let's get there. Oh, I have a comma there. Yeah. Cool Axl Rose reference, bro. God. There was no sun stabilizing sphere at the next junction. Okay. Got it. There was no sun stabilizing sphere at the next junction. Leading up to it was a group of 3 rings. From 3 colossal silver structures that looked like cubist interpretations. They were joined by the roots of 3 colossal silver structures that looked like cubist interpretations of trees. I slowed for a closer look, paying a terrible price for opposing the pull of the core. My weight doubled, then tripled. It was a terrible reminder that this was a one-way ride. My body could not possibly bear the strain it would take to escape. Oh, I love this pun. The upper branches of Triglycerol extended out into the Yep. The upper branches of Triglycerol extended deep into the rivers of plasma. The blackened branches supported kilometer-wide crystalline spheres. Oh, what the fuck is Triglycerol? That's the structure that we talk about it right up here. A group of 3 rings. They were joined by the roots of 3 colossal silver structures that looked like cubist interpretations of trees. So it's just, we're talking about that thing. These 3 weird branching tree-like structures. Trigglypuff, but more tree-like. Exactly. Oh, fuck. It's still snowing. Okay. 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 Trigudrisil. God, what the fuck? Yig, Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. It's pronounced Yggdrasil. All right, hold on. Yggdrasil. I know that we had to do this previously. All Yggdrasil. Yeah. Yggdrasil. Yeah. And next era is going to tell us that he's Norwegian and to fuck off or something like that. But we had to look this up a bunch of times in Gravid. Okay. Through patches of less dense plasma, I could sometimes see swirls of multicolored motes glittering inside them. And this is a point where we bring up the fact all he would see is like fucking glare, right? We might as well just assume that he's hallucinating through this whole thing. I mean, unless there's like some kind of crazy fucking heretofore. That's a hell of a filter on this canopy, is what I'm saying here. But yeah, I don't believe that it's pronounced Udrisil or Udrisil. I think it is in fact Yggdrasil. Whew. I had a childish moment of delight, imagining they were fruit from the galaxy tree. I wanted to linger, but gravity was ever insistent. I delved deeper into the sun, weary always for more trickery from the freighters. This should be another chapter, honestly. Hold on. Yeah, we need a chapter break right here. Yeah, and in fact we probably need to stop at this point. Okay, so chapter 20. We began there, Agalogs, whatever. No, we got up to 176, I think, is where we started. So let's take a gander at where this is. So we start at 174 to, let's go back up. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so it's only 4 pages. All right, we're not too bad. So we're okay with just a chapter break there because it's 4 pages, but this really does go on for quite some time. And I like what's there, right? This is like where we're getting into some shit that's kind of weird. And like, you know, we're inside of the sun. Like I want to describe some of the crazy shit that he sees in here, but I think it would have been better if some of this was spaced out. Here, let me see how far this goes. I'm out of gas. Um, these are mega structures. Whatever. Let's just fucking do it. As I delved deeper, I remained wary of trickery from the freighters. The instant the live began. There we go. This time I was aware the moment the lines around me began to slow. God damn, it's snowing hard at the moment. As I delved deeper, I remained wary of trickery from the freighters. Yeah. Okay. Yug more proper but less common. Um, the best way to pronounce Yggdrasil is to call the other guy a shut-in nerd and tell him to fuck off with his Norse sense. God damn. As I delved deeper, I remained wary of trickery from the freighters. I was alert when they began to decelerate, so rapidly that shock ripples raced through the giant structure. So rapidly that shock ripples raced through their hulls. Ahead, other freighters were accelerating, leaving a large gap between them. The 1939 World Books also says that there are visible rivers on Mars. Ah, love it. There are. I just can't see them without special glasses from my homie Joseph Smith. Okay. Okay, I bought myself some time. Fuck. There are children not learning because we need to edit this dumb chapter. Honestly, this chapter, I think I'm gonna work on it with the editor, and when I get some space. A large gap was forming. Yeah. Suddenly, the lines all began to slow. A large gap formed. Worried it might be another trap. Mm-hmm. So Stephen King advises against using words like suddenly. In On Writing, he writes, if you want something to happen suddenly, just make it happen suddenly. Stephen King wrote something like 40 books that are absolute fucking garbage and like 4 that were great. So he's a good dude. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's usually a pretty good idea to take out fucking adverbs. To tell you the truth, like they're definitely overused. But here, when the lines began to slow, when the lines slowed abruptly, my hands were already poised on the spurs. I like this. When the lines slowed abruptly, my hands were already poised on the spurs, ready to evade. The freighters braked sharply. Shock ripples raced through their hulls. I like that. But this is a narration, and qualifying words like suddenly are necessary. Um, he's definitely a great writer, but not everyone thinks he's a good writer. He's written some really good stuff, and like some of the formative works that I loved were there. But holy Christ, the man has put out so much schlock. I hope that my own catalog, I don't have any like real fucking losers in there, like the Tommy Knockers or even like Desperation was kind of hokey and shitty, and like I definitely don't have any groups of kids raping each other. Shout outs to it. I think. Oh wait, I do have that. Well, anyhow, I had that. We actually had to take some of that shit out of Lemon Baby, um, but it was more of a gray area, not just like let's have an orgy to pass the time. Wah, wah, wah. As I delved deeper, I remained wary of trickery. As I delved deeper, I remained wary of trickery from the freighters. When the lines slowed abruptly, my hands were already poised on the spurs, ready to evade. Okay, and I know that we're using the term break in space, but we are assuming that they have like that radiative plane technology that he's talking about right there. Um, the freighters braked hard and shock ripples raced through their hulls. A large gap formed. It had to be a trap. I gunned it and continued forward into the empty section. Yeah, Retroburn doesn't fucking. We could just say decelerated hard, but yeah, I like braked. Fuck it. Just that's what I'm talking about. Okay, okay. It had to be a trap. I gunned it and continued forward into the empty section. An unusual movement caught my eye. A dark line was forming in the convection cell beyond the wall. Yeah. A filament cavity whirled out of control and became a cyclone. Let's check out this then. Like a cracking whip, Leviathan's tail lashed against the magna wall. Bam. Then an unusual movement out. Then an unusual movement outside the mine caught my eye. A dark line formed in the convection cell beyond the wall. The filament cavity whirled out of control and became a cyclone. All right, all right. I hit the throttle, but it was too late. Like a cracking whip. I like that, yeah. So those are both good edits from Era there that you... Oh, those are Spathy War edits. Yep. And in fact, there are two there. Yeah. No, there's a new Sorkin movie out, apparently. Like a cracking whip, Leviathan's tail lashed against the star mine. bolts of brilliant lightning arced in all direction. My canopy phased momentarily. My eyes stung, and for an instant my canopy phased opaque. The wall breached. The wall breached, and a torrent of plasma jetted into the star mine. If I had been in its direct path, I would have been vaporized. Even at the outer edge, my ship was caught and thrown into a terrible spin. I fought with the spurs. Oh yeah, that's definitely a needed comma. If I had been in its direct path, I would have been vaporized. Even at the outer edge, my shit was caught. My ship was struck and thrown into a terrible spin. Even at the outer edge of the spray, my ship was struck and thrown into a terrible spin. I fought with the spurs, but they would not respond. The Yammo was shuddering in pain. My exchangers screamed in my ear. My exchangers screamed as I was blasted towards the opposite wall. I managed to orient the ship and give her full power, but the torrent was still. Yeah, this is a terrible thing. Yeah, let's go back. My eyes stung as my canopy phased opaque. I winced. Wincing, I waited for the canopy to clear. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah. The Magna Wall breached. I like that better. Seems like I wrote this tired and now I'm editing this tired. That's exactly what it fucking feels like at the moment. I'm exhausted, but I want to get through the chapter. The Magna Wall breached. The Magna Wall breached and a torrent of plasma jetted into the star mine. If I had been in its direct path, I would have been vaporized. Uh, my ship was struck by the blow-off and thrown into a terrible spin. I almost call it like overspray. Yeah, I like that. Instead, my ship was struck by the overspray and thrown into a terrible spin. I fought with the spurs, but they would not respond. My Yama was shuddering in pain. Mm-hmm. Overspray is the leading cause of pregnancy. Oh, don't remind me. I kept trying to pull up. I kept fighting the controls, clenching my jaw for impact. Uh, I think that's a good edit. I kept fighting the controls, expecting to crash at any moment. The ship stopped spasming and I regained control. I was able to pull out of the spin and reorient. After I pulled up, my eyes shot to the breach, wondering what had saved me. Brilliant. Was melting into slag in a brilliant flare of blue light. So we talked about it being like a, I think we called it steel earlier. The plasma jet. Uh, yeah. An enormous shadow was deflecting the plasma stream. One of the freighters had flown into the breach. melting the freighter like wax. Mm-hmm. Burning in a flare of brilliant blue light. I'd ignored the warning when they all slowed. I felt a pang of guilt, though I knew they were just autonomous machines. I wanted to watch the repair, but I was flying away too fast. Mm-hmm. My Yama was still shaking, and I was beating. It was needed. My Yama was hurt. Its insides were pulsing, and Its insides pulsed and shook, kneading me like dough. All I could do was try to go limp. Too well I could remember the ballooning agony on Attic's face, and the remains of Toucher gurgling out of the hatch. Fortunately, the tremors subsided. I took a beating, but the tremors subsided. I felt a twinge of senseless pride. I had always thought my Yama was a little tougher than the others. Yeah, too many machines? Okay. Hordes of spidery robots. Yeah, that's fine. We can just call them robots there. I continued to descend. Now that I knew breaches could happen, I couldn't stop peering through the walls, flinching at the slightest flicker. The star mine had seemed so advanced. The star mine had seemed so monumental. I'd never dreamed it could fail, and now I felt as if the whole thing could collapse at any time. I realized I was being drawn in. The star mine could have ended me at any time. The sun's stabilizing sphere could have ripped me to shreds. The freighters were pulling their punches. They could have easily crushed me. But they'd warned me. Instead, they had warned me. One even sacrificed itself to save me. Why? What was this place? Why was it luring me in? I had a long way down to think about it. God damn, I can't believe we did that. You liked So Advanced? Let's see. Let's take a look. The star mine had seemed so advanced, so monumental. I'd never dreamed it could fit. I like that. I realized I was being drawn in. The star mine could have ended me at any time. The sun's stabilizing sphere could have ripped me to shreds. The freighters were pulling their punches. They could have crushed me. And letting me slip past. Instead of crushing me, they had warned me. One even sacrificed itself to save me. What was this place? Why was it luring me in? I had a long way down to think about it. You think it needs an M-dash? I don't want to do an M-dash. Alright, let's do that. Let's fucking take it. Yeah, we don't need that comp. Yeah, you're right. Fuck that M-dash. You don't like that M-dash? Yeah, I don't like it. God damn. I hate using M-dashes there. I want just monumental. The star mine, it seems so monumental. I'd never dreamed it could fail. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want advanced there. Money, 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 money. All right, there we go. Oh, I can't believe we made it through that fucking chapter. That took so long. How many hours did we fucking edit it? It was probably like 1,500 fucking words that we did here. And we had to do all that to all right, so chapter 21. What a backbreaker. All right, so we went from page 174. It was just like 6 pages. That's it. Okay. To 181. So like in 7 pages, only 1,845 words, and oh my god. It took 4 hours to do 1,800 words. Murder. Oh, thank you all for sticking with me through that bullshit. That was the hard. Here, take a look at the scoreboard. Done good work there. Um, Jesus, HQ Christ. I feel like battered. Uh, I can now afford to pay my rent with ZYZ coin. I literally took a nap during this edit. And that's what it's like, you know, like sometimes you really want to do something. You just got to buckle down and soldier through it. And I think we did good work on that chapter. That's one where I think an editor is going to have to do some hard work on it here. But I think we've improved it to the limit of what I had. After this, it's not so bad. To tell you the truth, that was the chapter that I was most worried that it was going to be hokey bullshit and so forth. The rest of this, I think the rest of the book is just a conversation. Nah, that was just editing. We can't even call that a rewrite for the most part. That was just like a rewrite is like, oh, I want to make a stylistic decision. An edit is like, oh, the mechanics of this are horseshit. We need to fix them, right? Or we've done a bad job of writing. It's not a well-written chapter right there. And I think you can see that we're like trying too hard to be cool, and it shows, right? Maybe I wasn't feeling well that day. Maybe like I really had been, oh, I want to say these things, but I don't quite know how to say them or whatever. And oh, you can feel it. Like just a certain amount of pain has to come through each of these chapters. And we definitely paid our dues there. Well, I want to thank everybody who was part of that. We just have 2 more days of this guy, chapter 21. And I think this is where we would... okay, so I say for this to work, the events leading up to this need to have more ambiguity and be like less like the Hezo is fucking terrible or whatever. We did a little bit of that, right? And we did more of Trader's characters. So if we want to do our gimmicky thing where we have 2 different book covers. Oh shit, by the way. Hold on, let me throw this on stream. Oh, is there... Oh, I can't do it on stream. If you're in the IRC chat, you can see like some of the cover mock-ups that we did here. What's 025? Like my brain is fucking mush. But we have some cover mock-ups. If you're in Pound LRH, you can take a look at them and tell me what you think about them there. I think the simple cover mock-up is the one that people like so far. And it's just like a picture of the sun. It says XEROS and XYZ on there. All right, well, let me get to work. I should have eaten lunch like 15 minutes ago and everything. I can't believe we did all this. Can't believe it for a second.